Oh, that feel when you start muted. Easy rares. How's it going, everybody? I heard playing some of the decks that did well in the Super Qualifier this last weekend. Starting out with this mono white mid-range deck. Up showing up a little bit in the Super. See how it plays out. We're gonna chump block here so we can Extraction Specialist potentially. Blue-black control mid spirits. Both did reasonably. Well, blue-black didn't show up at all, and it really won't because I don't think it's a particularly strong deck in the format, unfortunately. But Fan Spirits had a pretty good weekend. Oh, how's it going, Christmas? Gonna bounce the tokens so they can't just play a hasty 6/6. They are definitely in the position where we're gonna need the Charming Prince a few times here. Ugh. Yeah, these Storm Seekers are rough. The card that I've always wondered why I didn't see more play is a beating of a card. Yeah, taking 9 description says, oh, I don't know why the YouTube description never updates. Thanks for letting me know, though. Change it. Can't delete. Alright, there we go. Be updated. Thanks for letting me know. So we'll start here. Get our free land. Get a plains. $1,000 boosties for me? Not for me. I'm gonna pass on that offer. I understand the interest though. But I don't think that is a product for me. Alright, I'm gonna attack. We only have 3 devotion. If we had 4, we have 3. I'm gonna blink this. Get back. We could get rid of a Spell Seeker or Storm Seeker, but again, I think if we get rid of this, we keep these Love Strucks in check. We're not in the best of ways, that's for sure, but we're not dead. And again, these Extraction Specialists are going to be in good way. We 100% want to block with this Charming Prince. Oh, how rude. If they killed, yeah. The Collector Mage is the one we need to kill. They can also crew and just kill us. Alright, well, game 1 dies. Print them out if you can't use them in tournaments. Yeah, if they're not viable in tournaments, I don't see why people would not just play the ones that we already have, namely proxies, but I am also certainly not, I think, the person they are trying to get with that product. The white decks seem fine. We haven't seen enough out of them yet, but I am curious how they play out. I also like the ones with Fable in them, but we'll see. The Skrull deck also looks quite good that Willie Edel played this weekend. A lot of interesting decks came out of the woodworks in these supers this weekend. Always love when that happens. Lets us mess around with some new stuff. And yeah, the new promos for season 3 are great, which given how bad the season 2 ones are, I'm a little happy they rebounded. That at least feels like a lot stronger. I'm just gonna portable hold this while we have a second. All these new decks. Are they aiming at black, red, mono, green? Yeah, they're trying to go over the top of of Rakdos while still having enough interaction to be reasonable into mono green, but we'll see how they play out in reality. I also think a lot of times when decks like these break out, they're gonna have a good first weekend or two, and then like any other deck, they tend to get attacked themselves. It's an issue of trying to see how real they are when they're targeted. Yeah, most people who are going into the qualifiers and things this weekend were definitely trying to put mono green and red black in their sights, which I think is correct, right? That is exactly what I think people should be doing. Hmm. Oh, Zelda. Maybe we want to get. I have a book here. I have a way to beat it. Definitely start with a card here. That's how you brew slash deck build. True. The thing about it though is to consider how they play out in a longer period of time, I suppose. People get a little attached to the immediacy of it. Again, we have quite, yeah, don't have quite a lot to know how these things interact in the scope. You're good. You're good, Mikey. Yeah, as we get closer to the PT, I'm sure more decks will show up, but I also think it's just an issue of like figuring out these cards that like this deck has existed for a long time, right? Gruul aggro has existed for a long time, but like Gruul aggro getting Carplusion Forest definitely makes it a lot more of a talking point. This deck adding in Sarah Paragon as well as adding in Karn, because a lot of the old mono white versions were just like these big mid to late game monsters, but adding in Karn gives you a lot of flexibility to work with other tools. Again, whenever you get these big qualifiers, you get closer to the PT, you're gonna see some deck building that might otherwise have gone under the radar. Sand is a little slow. I think we can do better. Sand is like both worse and better. We need to draw a white Saurus ASAP. Okay. Well, now we have a chance. Oh my. Alright, well. Might just die. I think we just need to say it's okay to not get our value on Knight here and just put this into play. I like my chances of blue-white control against the white deck. Probably, though there are a ton of value engines in the white deck. It sort of falls in that same spot where like I'm sure it's not a bad situation for you, but it's also probably not as good as you might think it is. All right, let's get rid of a lad. We'll block potentially. I mean, they have 8/1/1s. I could block and get back with a Spiraction Specialist. I don't think we need to do that quite yet. Or, yep, another one. Another elf. Okay, well, Skyclave's quite nice, but I think we're gonna lead on Wandering Emperor here. I think once we get rid of these 5/5s, we're in great shape. This turn, I think we are going to block with a knight. Everything's coming in, huh? Alright, well now we're going to block with these two. Okay, they decided against it. Well, you can cut certain cards like reflectors and things like that. Like this. Cleave. What we were worried about, but that's why we wanted to block, to make sure we don't just get fully blown out. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Red Ingles? Alright. I have to survive one turn. We close. You get new glasses? I did. Thanks for noticing. I did. I got some new glasses while I was away. Alright. I appreciate that. I'm thinking about sending with these. So we'll walk here. I hope they don't have the second Ember Cleave here. They can pump it to trade. Yeah. But this means we don't take any trample damage. Trade. We're gonna eat the mammoth. I'm gonna make this a 3/3. Immediately shuts down their board as it sits right now. Boat? Oh, that's such a terrible last card for us for them to have. That's so rude. Yeah. Turns out it's bad for us if they have. But I don't think we beat boat. Fortunate. Yeah, this Gruul aggro deck looks quite nice, but it also took everything in the kitchen sink there. Cleave plus boat is a tough combo to beat as a creature deck. The rise of the skyship. It is becoming every favorite card in the format. Good to see. It's a neat one. I like the idea behind this deck. There's also the version that was playing Fables. Any of that would be better against. I think the biggest thing about this deck is it does just need to stabilize long enough. Ember, Cleave, and Boat do a good job of just stabilizing it. So I feel like you're heavily favored into a lot of the aggro decks. This Gruul aggro deck from this weekend seems really neat. Definitely give it a shot some point this week. I never down it stable. Elves, Backbeater, Bone Crusher, Giant. 2 boats for him. Leave. Deck is interesting. Zealous. Ooh, Bazamaril getting that first in. 1 pack of proxies. Oh, classic Arrested Development. 1 pack of proxies. What could it cost? 1 pack of bananas. Could it cost like $10? Hmm. And also kind of a little slow. This hand's much better. Get rid of the Helios. We'll sad this control, but we were also sad into the other hand if it was control, so take our time with this. Phoenix, we're a lot happier with. Have we discussed the beta reprints for $1,000 yet? Yeah, it's not my jam. I hope whoever wants that product enjoys it, but I will likely not be participating in that one. I also think it's not unreasonable, right? Insofar as people buy $1,000 cards times 4 for their legacy decks, I don't think it's unreasonable to have excessively expensive products in Magic. It's just not for me. That's perfectly fine. I think a lot of people feel that way. I think that is a known thing to WotC going in. I don't think anyone at Wizards is going to be shocked that that is a thought that people have. Oh, again, you're not required to buy these $1,000 packs. It's not like these $1,000 packs are enabling you to play a format or not, right? They're not even likely tournament legal. So I think it's definitely in that scope of like a product that's not for me. I don't know who it's for, but I don't think Wizards rarely puts out a product they don't have an estimation of who they're targeting. The vintage community, this is not for, right? The most people it's not for. That's okay. No Gear Hulks. Which deck? There's a white Gear Hulk in the sideboard. Targeted to brain dead whales. I think even most people who are likely to be buying into this are just people who want to have these cards to say they have them. Perfectly. Why no Tef WI? WI. Is your boy to make proxies? Oh, who slows the sunset in which deck? I definitely don't think you played Teferi, who slows the sunset in this deck. Wait, what beta reprints? There's a gold bordered reprints that were announced in the Magic 30 today. $1,000 for 4 packs. But it has like all of beta, things like that. So you can get white bordered duels like that. Certain amount of people will buy whatever WotC prints, whatever price, just for the sake of it. True. It is also true that all things considered, Wizards has almost entirely printed products that have made money. Doesn't make sense. Remove the list. True. I am a big fan of not having a reserve list. I've also said that Magic becomes its best when card availability is not a concern. It's why I love rental services on Magic Online, things like that. I think the best way to find the best decks, find the best players, is to eliminate the card availability side. And so I've always been pretty pro removal of the reserve list. Like, just let people have access to cards and then let the game shake out from there. I don't actually think exclamation point deck works on YouTube. That is one of the few Twitch incentives to being on Twitch instead of YouTube, unfortunately. But if you go to the Stream Decker page, it is on there. We gotta get Stream Decker to build a YouTube extension, huh? Gonna pass. Entry barriers to certain formats continue to exist. What's the means for the future of those formats? Yeah, exactly. Like, even as people become more interested in these eternal formats, it is always going to have the problem of being a potentially smaller pool of players just on the basis of availability. I can't say that I would play Legacy for sure, but I can tell you I wouldn't play it at the cost it is now. Hey, done packing, loading tomorrow, just seeing a friend one last time later. Nice. That's awesome. Hope you all have a good time. I just got back from seeing some family and hanging out. You're splashing for Reflector Mage, as well as that might be it actually. Oh, don't look at that. That's for later. Yeah, you're just splashing for Reflector Mage, and so you have an easier divide by 0. Stop that. Is this dying? All right. Dark Tide. Some of the best games ever played had the living card game model that made card availability a non-issue. Yeah, I think that is for the best, but I also think it becomes tricky to make that work in a lot of senses if your goal is first and foremost to make money. And that is certainly Wasi's goal, as it is probably supposed to be, right? Yo, Peter, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you, friend. A whole 17 months with a 16-month streak. Love to see it, Peter. Appreciate you, friend. Azul's Fury, huh? Okay. You get to try Moto. Is less expensive than paper. So if you use rental services, I am sponsored by Cardhoarder. There's a link down below, as well as if you type !loan. You can use their loan program. So you pay by the week based on how much you want to rent. So to get most of Pioneer is about 500-600 tickets. You pay a fraction of that each week, but you can pay in tickets. So as you're playing on Magic Online, winning tickets, winning treasure chests, it becomes free. That's what I've done for years. I've been infinite on Magic Online, meaning I haven't paid for Magic Online for a long time. So I highly recommend that. It is definitely cheaper than paper if you're using the loan accounts, but it is a situation where it takes a little time to build up your value over time. But going infinite does give you the ability to play against some of the best players in the world at any time you want, and I value that a lot. All those games died out sadly because it's hard to make work from a business standpoint for sure. Yeah, I think that's the balance, right? Is like what makes the best game for a player versus what makes the best game for an executive is always going to be different. But I'm also, as a player, less concerned about the executive, even though it is fair that we want the game to exist for as long as possible. Another divide by 0? Sure. These divides are not gonna actually do anything. I love Magic Online. Oh yeah, I've been playing Magic Online for 10 years now. I like Arena. I wish Arena had full Pioneer on there. But I've been playing a lot more Draft on Arena lately. I've been getting up to like diamond and then chilling, but with the RC2 being standard, I'm keeping my arena account activated and up to date enough. Advocating for this future, but I'm reasonably certain that Netrunner's example shows the match will continue to exist regardless of the executive's fates. Maybe, but I guess like what's the benchmark, right? Like existing versus thriving is a slight difference to the point of like having events, having big events, etc. Expecting to see rogue vetoes and negates or swirling mist slip. Interesting. Yeah, no, this is just straight up a creature based mid range deck just vibing. My LGS stopped firing events, so now I'm a grinder, you could say. Oh yeah. We have tons of events at our LGS, but I think it's still a great value to be playing against better players when you can. Like the Magic Online layout and the GUI then Arena. 2D have a better side of everything. That's fair. I find Arena more enjoyable to play from like an entertainment perspective. I think Arena is much better as a presentation model and a thing to play if your goal is to have somebody watch. But I think from an execution standpoint, I like Magic Online much better. Then again, it could also just be a bias of having played Magic Online for a long time. IRL cards don't have lights and sounds. True. That is true. Oh, this is a disaster for them. Just a disaster. Looking at standard deck lists, at least I have most of the cards for red black list. True. Yeah, most of red black is pretty much a carryover, which is nice. Oh, this is just a disaster for them. Like their 7 mana spell trades for 8 mana, except we get a lot of other value too. Who's ready to loop Yorion, baby? That's true. We don't know what the new sets will bring. Maybe Gandalf makes you sing a song when it enters. 6, 7. Okay. You could get this down just for the sake of it, I guess. Arena's good for animations, Moto better for technical play, and has Pioneer. Yeah. Though I am really excited to get to do some Shadows over Innistrad drafting. Bonk. Okay, I would do this, picture mage this, and draw a card. I played a bit of Arena, but the currency feels predatory. I agree. That's always been my concern, is that like Arena forces you to ask the question, do you value your money or your time? And you have to give up at least one of them, if not both of them, if you want to be able to play formats you want to enjoy. That's not really something I appreciate. But I also understand that it is there for a reason. I know what to put. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. But that's always been my problem with Arena, is like the gameplay is enjoyable, things like that are great, but the economy is always the problem. I was an Arena whale. Fair. At least you know it. I know some people who like are definitely on the Arena whale side and just assume everyone spends that much on it. Can't wait to see the hilarity that ensues when we go back to Eldraine. Oh yeah. I am hyped and ready for Eldraine. I love Eldraine. I understand that like last time we were there we were way over power curve, but like the world is very enjoyable to me. Alright, so they're blue red drakes. Red drakes. Probably not wanting its drakes. Portable holes are on the sketchier side. Elspeth's also not going to block their main threats. I think we need to board. Arcanist Owl, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. It's true. A nice little owl boy. But you can find these. This. Got 11 hits. Part of growing as a character is accepting reality. True. I also just think it's like, at various times, you'll value different things, right? Like, I used to put money into League for League skins. Now I don't need to anymore because it just has a free system and I just have enough skins that I have a skin for every champion. So, like, they may not be the best skin for every champion, but eventually I'll just inherently get that skin for free. But, like, nowadays, I would never pay for a skin other than the World Championship skins. But, like, back when I first started, I didn't have as much attachment to, like, the World Championship skins. So I missed a few, and now I'm very sad because I would have loved to have had all the championship skins. The website that tells you how much you spent on League, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It can't be good. All right, let's see. What do we got? Be happy the one CMC Spirit Adventure that interacts with the hand. That does seem good. I'm big in free to play. I like to be free to play, but I also value my time to a degree that means that I'm willing to put in some money periodically, depending on this. All right. Oh no. Okay, you know, it's not as bad as I would have thought. It's not as bad as I would have thought, and I also have won some RP and been given RP before, so it's not like I spent all the money myself. But you know what? It's better than I thought. All right, this hand's a land or two short. This hand's great. We're on the draw, so this gets extra value. Yeah, there's a lot of great free-to-play games. I don't really get into cosmetics either. That's fair. I like cosmetics that don't affect the game. Stuff like league skins and such, but like I like the card art styles, things like that. Like I like this Wandering Emperor is really nice. Get rid of a land. We're on the draw, so Knight should be able to get us a land on 3. Not in a rush. Even better. Yeah, I know some people that are like super into it. Like they have to have the hottest, latest. It's not my jam. I'm a lot more function over form function over form when it comes to these kind of things. Tapped. You got it for me. Consider? Sure. Zelda's being very affectionate. She was staying at my parents' house while we were visiting family. And she likes staying at my parents' house so far as she's has her own little cat bed and hangs out and snuggles all weekend. But whenever we get home, she gets very attached, so she'll just keep hanging out, sitting on my lap, being like, "Ah, you have returned, dude." All right, we're gonna get our free land. Play tapped and kill this. Even though we have a blocker, chances are they have a way to interact with a 2/2. For the kitchen sink crew. Oh, there we go. feel like we're back in that same spot we were last time where we're starting to inch ahead, even though we got to deal with things like Fable. Zelda literally just keeps walking on my lap, walking off, walking off, walking off. Here's a Drake. I'm just gonna get rid of this now. Not let the Drake player keep a Drake around. They also pitched a divide by 0, which is interesting. Shredder. Ugh. Gross. The land. In hand. Alright, well, Heliod now comes in as a creature, which is nice. We want to put this knight in the graveyard as soon as possible for both Paragon and Specialist. God, opponent. What are we doing over here? Could have a lightning axe. Be kind of tough. Pyromancer. Okay. I don't think they're gonna attack. Both have 5 lands, huh? Play Heliod. The follow. Appreciate it. All care MTG. Appreciate you. Gotta get out. Sort some things. Replays better be undisputed 5-0s. See y'all in a few days. Catch you later, friend. Hope you have a good move. Taken. Attack with Knight. And we're pretty happy to let this die one way. Good lifelink so we can bolster up this Paragon. Again, we don't want to cast 2 spells and enable Shredder either, so rather just get our value. And a 4/5 is going to be a lot harder for them to fight through. Cost. Stop with the red by 0. Well, pain. So it goes. Things draw them cards as well. Alright. In that part of the game where they are way ahead, but so don't much pressure on it quite yet. Them to stop having spells. Is obviously asking a lot. Knight of the White Orchid does buy us another land. Lets us hold up Wandering Emperor. We also could just Wandering Emperor this Reflection now. Don't know how much we want to give them an extra spell. Or an extra draw. I mean, block the real one. Not happy about it. Still block it. Alright. Trade. Die eventually to these. Not quite yet, but eventually. This. Alright, well, we're gonna fight a long game here. For gaming, are we dying? Also, your articles suck, by the way. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam. The memes come to me no matter where I am. For gaming, I'm out, Sam. True. Someone was not a fan of the Rakdos article this morning. Sam and I were having a good chuckle about it. Another Shredder, oh no. Make me a mod so I can time myself out. If you time yourself out, you actually lose mod. We learned this because somebody timed Peter out, and if you time yourself out, you lose mod. I appreciate it. Yeah, and you would think after years of playing Magic, I'd be able to shuffle without throwing cards across the room, but you'd be wrong. There are consequences to you to do it. I don't give in to peer pressure, Sam. Also, that requires typing. Nobody's got time for that. Alright, well, we're gonna take a chunk. Take 8. I need to cast multiple spells, but I am gonna start taking a ton. But Specialist does somewhat absolve us from the ground. But taking 7 in the air is a lot, huh? Start here. And more loots. Disdainful Stroke, okay. Fable. That's 7. Alright. Seem like a Final Fantasy guy. I did see the Final Fantasy announcement. I actually haven't played Final Fantasy. It's one of the gaps in my gaming knowledge. Well, that'll kill us. But I do know a lot of Final Fantasy people. we're quite excited. Although it's tough, right? Like, it's starting to get to the point like movies, right? Where like I'm excited, but also like it's 2024. Like these are some long announcements out. There was a Final Fantasy announcement. Yeah, there will be a new was it Secret Lair? Yeah, we got a Secret Lair announcement for Final Fantasy and the other one. Final Fantasy and oh, Assassin's Creed. The Assassin's Creed. No, 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 not their own card game. Oh, they have their if they have their own card game, that's hilarious. But I imagine the well, I have a feeling the people who own it are anticipating this will bring more attention to Final Fantasy than their own card game, which is probably correct. Given that I had never heard of the Final Fantasy card game until just this moment. I suppose that is fair. Alright, we'll take the play for game 3. Alright, this hand's pretty good. Run the play, so this is a little bit worse, but we have a Charming Prince to help find us some. That being said, I don't play it, so true, true. That is probably why they're doing this, right? If I was like, hey, you can totally use your card game to get more money, and then everyone's like, I don't even know you had a card game, that's probably a problem. Alright, well, let's bottom these two. Nice of Charming Prince to help us hopefully find a land. Now, if we find a land, we're in great shape. Attraction Specialist is going to be... Or just Skyclave. Nope. Guess we'll die. We could just wait a turn. Although, if this gets divide by 0, that'll be a disaster. And we have seen 5 cards now. 4 cards plus 2 scries, yeah. We've seen enough cards that I would say it's likely we find a land here. And they could divide by 0 it anyway. Then we get guaranteed. A Fable's more likely there, makes sense. Alright, well, not drawing the land is kind of a disaster. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Really want all of our cards, huh? Guess we're just gonna get rid of this. Sad. Be sad that we didn't find a 3rd land. Our hand is full of powerful things. This is Aureus mid. This is the mono white mid that's just splashing for Reflector Mage. Some of the other versions are splashing for Fable too, but this version's just splashing for Reflector Mage. Sure. We're currently a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place. So if we find a land, okay. We don't though. All right, well, pass. Probably gonna just have to march this after they cast some spells. All right, well that's gone at least. Again, environmental sciences. That's part of if we teachings, even better. Fortunately, in the precarious position of just not having land. Odds looking ever higher that we towards another deck at some point. If it keeps up. Yep. Well, again, we're back in that position where if we find the land, we get to do some fun things like Extraction Specialist, Charming Prince, blink the Extraction Specialist, bring back Knight, get another land. But that all kind of comes down to Cruise. We're just getting horrifically outvalued by the fact that we haven't been able to play our cards. Hey, let's go. It's also very likely this dies, unfortunately. 5 cards in hand. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just a bit too far behind. All right. All right. We can call that one. Unlucky. We're up against Bosch and Roll. Near O2 bracket. But out here just doing wild things today. Okay, what do we have? Oh, this hand's a keep. At least we have some tools to find our extra land. Bit of some sort. Nothing too long. What 2-drop do we have today? Shredder. Good one. Card. Alright, what do you got for me? They're stuck on lands. We're gonna cast this Reflector Mage. Keep them having to fight from behind. Need Shredder quite yet. I found a land. One on the bottom. Prince. Draw a card. Another card. Up on the card drawer, pretty nice. Right command. Farming Prince. Okay. They are desperately for land. Cardhoarder effectively work like a lease to own? No. No. You are renting the cards and then you pay off your owed balance of rentals. But if you are able to put up a reasonable set of records, you're able to accrue value over time, and then you can buy the cards on your own. A lot of people do. But no, it's not lease to own. Those are card hoarders cards forever. Paragon, get in there. But it is much cheaper if you're able to maintain a reasonable win rate to rent, build up your collection, then buy. Here's Shredder. Reading through all the information, I got a big suck there. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Oh, they're Grixis. Good to know. Good to know. What Grixis things are we doing here? Bosch and roll. Back. On a bridge, okay. Now they have black mana. What do they have two? Red Boar, makes sense. It's a good hit too. Getting Dreadbore in your crew's deck, pretty good. You see the 1K proxy packs? Yeah. Yeah. It's not for me. That is the best thing I can say about it. But I hope the people that enjoy it do enjoy it. I don't know. I'm sure it has some intrinsic value to people, but it's not for me. Some people want to just have the official WotC product arts, things like that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. We're gonna slash it down to like 500 a week before they launch it. No, what I suspect is that, like with Magic 30, right? A lot of people were like, it's way too expensive, no one's gonna do it. But then it sold out almost immediately. Like I think I think what's gonna happen is that people are gonna say no one would ever pay $1,000 for proxies, and then they're gonna sell out, and people are going to find out that they do not probably have the same grasp on what people are willing to pay for these products as what Wizards does. Casa Vegas was fine. I'm going. Well, sure, but I think a lot of people were not in that boat. A lot of people looked at the pricing, and like having to pay a bunch of money to play Commander, things like that, and weren't happy about it. And then it sold out. And I think this is gonna be the same. Is like it's certainly not for me. I don't know why someone would pay $1,000 for the proxy, but I am certain that people will, and I am certain that it will probably be more people than we would expect. Because that has been the theme of Wizards of the Coast in the last few years is there is money left on the table and they're going to collect it. Pre-order 10 proxies. Look at you go. That is true. I mean, where were you when WotC printed Black Lotus is definitely something that I'm sure people are going to be latching onto. Always people with too much money and not enough sense. It's true. True. All of us that play paper Magic. True. We are kind of the prime demo here for people who make silly decisions. Attack. Would you like to kill my Thraben Inspector? New to Magic, what is Black Lotus? Black Lotus is a very expensive card from the original set of Magic that is a 0-mana artifact that makes 3 mana. It's played in Vintage, about the only place it is allowed. It is incredibly powerful, great Magic card, and original versions can go for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Obviously, these versions are not that. All of us, at least we use our cards in tournaments. Some do. I know a lot of players who've never played a tournament and probably never will. We're just continuing to get value here. It's more iconic than anything at this point. True. Yeah, the only format that can play it is Vintage. About the ability, not the doing. True. See, I try to play as much as I can, but I also have never had many cards at this point. Karn. What is Karn gonna get? Karn's gonna get a Godfarer statue and end the game next time we draw land. Kitchen table magic? True, but I guess the thing about kitchen table magic is there was never a reason to make these proxies or things for kitchen table magic or buy these proxies. You could just play your proxies. Unless your table was aggressively against it, which seems odd for a kitchen table. We're churning through our deck to find some lands here. We went all in on drawing a land at some point in these 3 draw steps. Because if we can get this Godfarer statue down before they get a land, they're just locked out, but now they can play Fable. It Suga. How rude. Alright, well, God Pharaoh's statue should lock them out for the most part. And then we have the Sarah Paragon to start really getting them. Well, kind of. Graveyard's gone. Right. Consider, sure. Good attack for 4 if we draw land and get rid of this. Okay. Bosch got stuck on mana there. We were able to buy back a win from our being stuck on mana the time before. Use Moxes as coasters. True. This deck confuses me. It's just a like a mono white devotion mid-range deck. It did pretty well this last weekend, but it's mostly centered around just being able to get repeated value out of your white cards and then going over the top with Karn. Ah yes, the vintage Mox coaster. The mono green that scrap combo for Stompy. I didn't see one that scrapped it. Oh yeah, I did. The mono green aggro deck I did see. Also just like when Liliana was spoiled, I know a lot of people put stock in Ferox. Ferox is just such a beating when it works, but such a disaster when it's just a 6/6 do nothing. All right. Up against green black. I'm guessing this is Greasefang, which is fine given that we have this. We should be able to keep a Greasefang well in check. Teamwork's playing it as silly. Yeah, it's probably exactly as silly as one would expect. I don't know if I would suspect it to be particularly good, but I'm sure it's particularly interesting. All right, I'm gonna attack. All right, we are not going to need most of these cards in our hand, so I'm just going to play this Charming Princess Scry. Because we really do want to find lands for Karn. And yeah, neither of these are good. I guess they're fine. There's not what we need right now. Instead of Karn, you just plop Uvenwald Oddity and transform it. Oh yeah. I can see where the thought process is. It just also seems like it might be doing a few too many things that aren't powerful enough to keep up, but if it works, it works. All right, they took Courtyard. No Parhelion for them. One, three. Not happy about it, but it is where we are. Corn. get crypt. We're in a good spot. You know, hardcast chariot, sure. Have this kicking around. We just get boat. Boat remains pretty good. Me, the boat. I am the boatman. We can also just plus on the boat instead of having to cruise, so we can defend Karn a little easier. Feeling pretty good about our spot here at the moment. We're pretty okay. Bloom command. Alright, well. We'll eat the one we know about since it's here. Not happy about it. No Parhellions, please. Greasefang to the yard. No Parhellions. They're through 2 chariots. Okay, this is the Tassiger? Oh, informant, sure. Makes sense. Get rid of a Parhellion, I assume. No, Witherbloom command. Okay. So no Parhellions kicking around. What I'm getting. Block. Anything good cooking over here? Land. Plus. This. Steal 5. Grab our Yorion. Got 3 blockers and a march back. Okay. We could have exiled the chariot, but I don't think we need to. Yeah, I got rid of Yorion. Makes sense. Although they are currently dead on board. Just stand this up, shoot this, and attack in. Satyr. Still dead on board. Nothing too good going on. Okay, I think they're just dead. Attacks. Do a push. Oh, besage you. How rude. Get in for 5. We'll have a blocker back. Choose to just take 5. Block, take 3. Alright, go. Alright, there we go. Took game 1 against Greasefang. Fortunately, we don't really have much. We're just in the need to get a Karn down plan that mono white has, or mono green has. The only problem is that we don't have ramp, so we were just inherently behind. So yeah, I can't imagine this is overall a great matchup unless they have one of their slower hands, but we're able to steal game 1 there. Game 1's probably the one we're closest on, but again, it's pretty dependent on their hand. Yo, how's it going, Dr. Raptor? Hope it continues to make yourself comfortable jumping on my lap. What a good cat. Walking all over me. She's a very good girl. Continues to dance around. Alright, well, at least we have some form of interaction. Take a form of interaction. Not much. Not how it stays work. Sure, they went up to the max number of discard spells, though. Guard mark. Alright, yeah, I would definitely take March here. I don't think anything else in our hand matters. Unfortunate. Show them what we drew, because we might want to play this Reflector Mage. Well, we might just get turn 3 here. Alright. Salvage me. This deck seems like it's going to have a problem against Greasefang. You're just slow. Well, there's the Parhelion lands, so just need a Greasefang. Time to die. Greasefang me, fam. But we'll hover. Do the hover. Yeah, we actually only have one piece of interaction for this deck. Not great. Like I said, I think this is a matchup where it takes them having some of their slower hands to realistically be able to beat them. Alright, we'll take the play. No Karn, but again, we have some interaction. Again, I don't think we can turn down interaction. Even if it's not the best interaction. Alright, what do we got? I was just vibing. Opponent, come back. Green white land, I don't think means they can play anything. Not on one. A redraw. Then we'll get another redraw. Here's hoping. Hoping we find a Karn. Oh. Queen's Informant. Scary if they discard a Parhelion. Well. Got to push our game plan forward here. They have it, we'll march. Otherwise, we just need to push our game plan forward to try and draw a Karn. They play a discard spell, we can draw a Karn. Just need to maximize the chance that we find a Karn. Got to keep drawing cards. They're thinking about it. Whether they want to take it slow or go for the combo as fast as possible. We are a Karn deck, so next turn we theoretically have Karn. Ooh, they might not have a third land. Thoughts on green black midrange? It's fine. There's a lot of builds that have been showing up on things like Goldfish and whatnot. The problem is you're just not able to keep up with Fable very well. I think you're kind of just in the wrong place speed wise for the format right now. You're just essentially playing red black with less reliable ways to filter through your deck. It's probably better in some matchups where the green helps, but I think the problem is right now you'd rather be playing Rakdos if you're playing that style of mid-range. Like, I think, again, you're going to build the same base. Your Thoughtseize, your pushes, some number of Shield Rids, probably Brybridge Tracker, Tireless Tracker in your 3s. Your 2 is where it's going to be toughest. Do you play Ooze? Do you play Carroted? Or not Carroted, Advocate? Do you play Grimflayer? You're going to play Liliana. You're going to play probably Chariot just as like your value 4-drop. Again, it depends what your plan is. Chariot, okay. Chariot's okay. Chariot's fine now. Let's go Karn. It's Corn the Great Creator time. Crypt. Your Underdog to Ooze. Underdog is pretty good. Like Underdog. Ooze is fine. I wouldn't say it's much impressiveness scale, but it's fine. Yeah, I think the biggest problem with green black is just that like not having access to Dreadbore, not having access to Fable, and not having access to Blood Tithe Harvester are like all major holes in your game, right? Underdog doesn't fill that slot as well as Harvester. Fable, there's no comparison. Um, and Dreadbore again, like Abrupt Decay is fine, but it doesn't deal with the big things in the format, and you really don't want to play Assassination's Trophy. Help it. And so like you're stuck with like Murderous Rider, and it's just not it just ends up being a lot of not the same. Alright, well, we'll do what we did last time. Eat a Parhelion at least. Get hit. Oh, they didn't even get to mill because they killed the 2/2. Yeah, we're gonna block. Block. Need it. Then we can Reflector Mage the 2/2 they get here. So the board being completely clear, the graveyard being clear. Good things. Nazis hits a Reflector Mage. So lets us play Knight, which is pretty good. Could also just get Boat, but I think we play Knight, get Dorian, and plus to keep Karn out of Skyship range. Karn stays, it's going to be really hard for them to ever win. Although, value could get too great. Could get Book. Could take Knight. So the only thing they're not going to take here is Helios. We're taking Helios. Knight shuts down their board, so does Reflector Mage. I have to take one of the two. Probably find an answer to the other. Take Reflector Mage because it's not only a blocker, it's a removal spell. Makes sense. Knight. This. This. Degen. Alright. 6 mana. Want to get Chariot? No, Boat. Look at that. Look at that. Correctly played around it. Goes to 2. This. And back our Mutavaults to trade if need be. They have Boat, it's a problem, but we're also unlikely to beat Boat. Or, well, unlikely to beat it from that position. Can still beat it. Really want our Karn to live here. Swim command, sure. 3 lands. That's not very threatening. Good minus for our own boat. I don't think we want to. We're getting close to being able to get booked, though. Pretty worthwhile. That tapped. I'll play Heliod plus again. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. If we draw a white source, we can get book combo down. Yeah, we just need a white source. Garrett, number 2, sure. Fun. They don't have black source up, so if we do find... Well, they could have Beseju. The one thing here. This. Plus again. I have an overwhelming board state as we get a minus Karn there, and then Dorian would have left Karn at 5 still. Yeah, that was better. We could have had +1 card. Seven, so they're one away from hard casting Parhelion. That's not necessarily going to help him here. Sure. Portable hole. The cat. Crack. Nykthos. Undo that. Minus. Get book. Playbook. Get in there. Could have gone in with Heliod too, but just leaving Heliod back means there's really no shot of them to kill something and then attack in. But I guess if they kill something and turn off Heliod. There we go. Able to steal it against Greasefang. We can close out 3-2 with this deck. I don't think we are generally favored them. Alright, fighting for that 3-2. Our classic, our bread and butter here. And is not great. Don't know what we're up against. What would this hand be good against? I guess this hand's good against any creature deck. We have March to bias time. I don't know, they almost... The good old only second main. Alright, blue-red deck. Could be tricky. Charming Prince is nice, help us try to our third land. Because kind of been a problem. A lot of our losses have been to just not finding land. But I don't think we're in a rush to. I think we just play our lane tap so we can guarantee Reflector Mage. Any work they do on this thing in the ice, we can. I if they do no work, it's all. Want to buy enough time. We just want to buy enough time to get to the point where we can get these cards down. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff from the announcements. Happy to see Shadows over Innistrad come to Arena. A lot of cool stuff. The promos seem really cool. The pre-release promos, the RCQ3 Season 3 promos look great. The $1,000 proxies, not as interesting, but it was interesting to see, I suppose. Is it charm dumping 2 lands is fine. Alright. Down goes my boy. Hmm. I think this deck can be a home for the new Urza. Do you play Blue-White Reflector Mage? That's probably fair. New Urza seems really. Oh yeah, this is the blue version too. But I gotta say the Mind Stone also has me interested. Or the Meek Stone. Alright, we're just gonna crypt him. We don't get to catch a Phoenix, but we do get to keep them off of a treasure cruise. Do you plan on checking up on Nivdelight in the next couple days or weeks? Maybe. Hasn't really been any developments in the deck, and I can't really see it being any better position than it has been, but I'd consider looking into it. One Drake. Have you played with Binding? I want to say we did. I think we played one or two leagues with it on Binding, but I honestly don't remember most of the things in my own day-to-day life. But I do think we played it after Claudio won a challenge with it. Bring the ice back. Gonna play another league after this? Yeah, we'll definitely play another league after this. Don't know if we'll play this or we'll play Lotus Field. See how we're feeling. Keep the thing. Time we get to hold up a white mana for March. Get in there. If they kill us now, that'd be so good for us. Oh, that's great for us. Assuming they don't have another. But if they're using Lightning Axe to kill a 2/2, I have to imagine they're out over. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like, if not, they get us, so. Did we lose to? We lost to Blue Red Drakes and oh, Gruul Aggro. Like a land here. Not quite a land, but still pretty good. Yeah, we lost to Gruul Aggro. Version that Williettle top 8'd this last weekend with 2 boats for Embercleave. That list looked very impressive. It beat us up something fierce. And these are fight games. Bar class type? No, just the aggro version with Embercleave and boats. I think it came definitely top 8. I want to say it. Yeah, the premiere event it came. This list. Just coming in with Karn, huh? Karn's gonna die. On a trade. I don't think the mana's gonna matter. I'm gonna just trade. A little sad about that. We also wish we'd gotten boat, but hard to say we were never gonna draw another land again. Right? All exile all the time. Next Karn though. That's the one. Void devotion, humans are both. No, this is sort of devotion. Mountain Dew is no longer the drink sponsor TwitchCon. All in on milk, baby. You just need to get both. So we will. One boat, please. Give it. No milk goers out there. Oh yeah. Got those strong bones. Last Niv list on Stream Decker was 2 months ago. Web. I thought we played it after Claudio won, but maybe not. Stream Decker also may have been down that day. The unfortunate nature of Stream Decker. Well, if we couldn't have tapped to tap Meatball and leave up March after with 2 mana. There's no white version of Urborg. One in hand. Galvanic. What are we galvanicking? The pieces? What are we galvanicking? Pieces. Yeah, it's got to be pieces. There's only 7. Yeah, you can't treasure cruise because this. Get rid of this. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay. So what was this thing you clearly were trying to do pre-combat? Can't do. Was it a treasure cruise? It was a treasure cruise. Oh, galvanic and fell. Get damping sphere. That does anything for us though. Get bank buster. We just get book. We are pretty close to just casting book. And if book solves, we need one more white source. But if book goes off, I don't think they have a way to interact with our lands. They have a lot of ways to kill it, but the trigger on the stack is the problem. Just plus onto here. Plus onto here. I just want to keep this Karn healthy for now. It also stops them from being able to they're gonna cruise here and that'll stop them from do much in the way of killing Karn. In the ice, sure. Now they're gonna cruise. Sure. Like no lightning act. It's also not the end of the well, it's fine. Minus get our golem friend. A thing in the is we're gonna leave this back so they can't kill it with a Phoenix. We are winning this game. Goes the Not unlimited timeline because they do have things like my poor. We have this Yori in our back pocket too. I found the VOD. There you go, Dr. Raptor. Could have sworn we did it. I often forget what I ate for breakfast. I tend to try and remember the decks we played. Sure. This someone's probably meant this current mic gate. We lose part of what you're saying. I just need to get better at not doing multiple things. That's fair. Appreciate you pointing out, Bread. Yeah, I just need to not get distracted by food and things on the other side of my desk where the mic isn't facing. Because yeah, the mic gate is quite nice, but it does lose a little bit if I'm looking at talking to the other monitor. That's on me though. I just gotta put the food to the other side so it's nearer to the mic. Yeah, the ADHD hits real rough there. Like, ooh, gotta do something else. Gotta look somewhere else. Just all the ways it does. All right, well we've done a lot of carning this game. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, so they have 1 spell available. It can't be anything that dies to a boat. Pulse, sure. Well, we can hit for 8, and then they die to this. That is lethal enough. We'll do it the fun way. Like God Pharaoh's statue, get the last point in. Instead of just like sixing him. Alright, well. I'll be aiming against Phoenix. See if we can steal this 3-2. Especially after the O2, I was ready to write the deck off a little, but it does definitely seem like it's able to hold its own when things are going well. Although most of it was not finding lands to a degree. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, we definitely don't want Elspeth here. Although they could pivot to the Young Pyromancer build, in which case we might want Elspeth. I don't think we do. Pretty sure we don't. We definitely, the portable holes in the marches are excellent. Carving Prince is fine. Companion, Knight. It's all just reasonable magic cards. All the way down. Alright, Sand's fine. Can't be mad at Reflector Mage Karn. Alright, I'm just gonna play this tapped on one. We'll get Inspector down. Yeah, there's the young Pyromancer. We're kind of worried about. Love to find a. Love to have found a portable hole there. Play this tap because it always comes in tapped here. Our mana base is a little bit tough here, but we'll find a time to be able to drop this this cave meaningful without taking meaningful tempo loss. Especially because we go 3-drop, 3-drop. I mean, I'll block every time. Well, that's not a good drop. No, we want to not let them have a chance of getting this Pyromancer back. Not want to Reflector Mage it. My guess is they're gonna fire off some removal spells here. I think they're trying to figure out if they can remove it in response. It will not play out the way they want it to. Skyclave is two separate triggers. So if they kill it in response, they would get nothing and lose the 2/2 they would otherwise get. Draw 2, sure. What do we got? Phoenix in the yard. Phoenix players and being down 8+ minutes, man. Sometimes be that way. Too many decisions. They're still thinking about whether or not they should kill it in response. Okay, they're gonna consider in response. That's fine. And in the yard. Take that. But we're stable. Not happy, but we're stable. There goes our lad. Not happy but stable. This man defined my life. True. Too true. It hits too hard when it's real. No. No, we're so close to getting rid of the screws. But it makes sense. They're gonna have this Arclight here. Yep. Close. So that's the play draw there. Alright, well, these caves are looking real sussy. I bounce the Phoenix. This shuts down their ground, and we just want to buy time. If they spend their whole turn just casting Phoenix, that's fine. We can play Karn, get boat, play another tap land, still be on relative curve. We're just out here trying to stabilize. That if we were able to exile their graveyard there before they got the Phoenix back, or Treasure Cruise, we would have been in great shape, but yeah. Oh, that's much worse for us. We were hoping it was just a Phoenix. This one's going to kill us a lot faster. Alright, well, Knight's kind of nice because it lets us ramp a little too. Alright, 4 mana. Why aren't we winning? I thought this was a competitive stream. Well, we're in game 2 and we're up a game. That sounds like winning to me, Sam. I don't know what winning looks like to you. We're out here trying. Yeah, that's not gonna help us then. Karn's not gonna do great into this. Yorin's the move here. Is a Drake in play? That usually means we die. I don't know what you're talking about. We're at 17. There's no way they'd kill us, right? Right? That'd be too rude. They could. Be tough though. It would definitely be tough for them to do. Well, Galvanic's the start. It's like the biggest piece of the puzzle you've ever seen. Oh, chart, sure. Alright, well that's gonna be 12 damage. I'll save another Phoenix, which would be 15. There's the Phoenix we know about. There's the Phoenix we didn't know about, so that's 15. So if they have one more spell, they get to 15 us. Or 16 us. That's still one short. Ooh, tap land. No spell. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Ooh, I like that. Okay. ECD here. This. Blink, blink, blink. This. Get a clue. Got a Sky Noodle. This. Spell Pierce opt consider. Alright, so they're gonna get 2 Phoenixes back. We have to block 1. Instead of Yorion, we could have just Karned and gone into their yard. That was better. I think we're okay with the spot we're in right now. Consider. And they didn't take Pierce. Okay. Alright, well, we dealt with the Drake. We got a 4-5 in play. They've been in a Braid. So I guess if they're going to cast a third spell, they wouldn't have the mana to a Braid after combat to kill our Yorion. If they don't buy back these Phoenixes, they're in real trouble. Alright, there's the cruise. We're in the sub 5 minutes for them to finish this game and play game 3. The classics. Nothing but the classics. Got waiting to pay costs. They got a lightning axe here. I'm guessing they have a lightning axe and a like a smaller removal spell, and they were planning to use the smaller removal spell after we block. Yeah, makes sense. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Garden fresh green bell pepper, delicious. All right, 6 mana. Karn. Minus get boat. Six mana. Play boat. Kill this. Play Karn. Minus Karn. Go get Crypt. Like to get rid of all of your Arclight Phoenixes, please, and thanks. Sam, I thought you said we had to win, but we did. I thought you said only competitive streams. What happened? Dude, we came back. We killed the Drake in play. We did it. Got these nice little junker packs. Damn, I guess I'll eat my words. True. Ooh, we got a nice swamp though. All right, we'll open our chesty. Oh, K command. All right. Well, after getting our sea legs together, we seem to have figured it out. We'll run it back for another league. The deck did survive a nice 3-2. Guess my Urd's only viewed a magic card. Sam, you don't want me infringing on your shtick. I'm just here to eat some garden fresh bell peppers, play Nykthos with Karn the Great Creator, and make outlandish statements. That's it. That's what I'm here for. All right. Well, no information from our opponent. This hand's kind of sus. This hand's better, but not all that much. So does run into the problem of dying to most things. This is a Greasefang where okay, it's Elves. Elves should be a good matchup, assuming they don't overrun us before we find a third land. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh, gross. I didn't want them to get this off the ground. And we also can't kill it this turn because we desperately need to draw a card to draw land. Not ideal. So many seeds in a bell pepper. Like the whole roof of the bell pepper. Oh, jeez. All right, we're dead. We're going to die this game. Horrible, horrible. Take 30. 2, 3, 4, 5. They even have 5 mana after combat. Okay. All right, well, Elves. 5 mana, nothing to do? That can't be right. That can't be right. Right, I'm gonna take the Lord. Ah, 5 mana Coco. I see. This has got to be one of the best starts out of Elves, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna pack this one up real quick, huh? Oh yeah. We have died a most horrible death. Definitely an Elspeth matchup. One of the few ways we're able to contain their board if they start going wide. Yeah, we need to find our portable holes and marches and lands and things, but the biggest problem I have with these kind of like white mid-range decks is I feel like they don't have a lot of ways to accelerate or catch up. So if you're not just getting ahead inherently, you just kind of die. Yo, Darth, what would be your choice of deck this week? Pretty much always going to be Rakdos midrange or mono green devotion. We saw a lot of things like Rakdos sacrifice have some really good results this weekend, but Rakdos midrange still put up the most finishes, and then mono green still did quite well. In fact, mono green had a standout weekend, but if you're trying to fight black red and mono green, then I think Rakdos sacrifice is probably your best bet. But you do have to try and figure out a way to make the green matchup a little bit better because it's still pretty tough, but it is doable for sure. That explains Shieldred skyrocketing again. Well, Shieldred's gonna not go down. I would imagine it's not gonna ever go too far down. All right, well, these are great draws, but we're gonna use our creature base to get ahead here and save these for later. See what I mean? Like, it feels like if you're able to get ahead, you can stay ahead, but otherwise you end up with no real mechanic to come back. Bonk. Yeah, Rakdos still did quite well. It struggled to put up top eights at the same rate that I think people were expecting it to, but it still did quite well on the whole. Pinion, go. All right. Up this. All right, pass the turn. Yeah, we're doing some digging into how good the formats were or not the formats, how good the decks were in the context of the format before previous bans. Red, black, and green are doing some very powerful things that line up with some of the old cards that got banned before, as far as number of finishes. But hopefully, we'll see the rest of the format be able to answer it. This weekend was a good example of the format being able to mostly adjust to a degree. So I'd love to see that continue. This. Oh, we could have portable hold this and then yeah. Suboptimal. Y'all can yell at me later. Because we could have portable hold the 1/1 for free and then gotten the War Master. Walker. There we go. Oh, this game feels over. Like I said, we managed, well, we can kill that nicely, which is good. Start here. Draw a card, draw a card. Okay. Back in. Got this March or this Ganja. Okay, that was not the best draw 3 turn I've seen. This is obviously cheaper because we have this Yorion, which is legendary. For those not knowing why we only need 2 mana for it. Fatal Push. Alright, you got it. Critted Communion. This. Attack for 7. Makes both the Cave and the Yorion lethal. Got a Coco. Fatal Push. Okay. Last card, Fatal Push. We're still in the spot where we can just stand up all our Mutavaults to kill him next turn if we need to. Oh. Three. 7 creatures on the ground. They're 5. Is currently still lethal. Yeah. Alright. Game 3 time. Alright, Yorion up. Oh. Man, what? Getting these like 5-land or do nothing hands that are not great. Alright, this hand's much, much better. I'll put a Knight back, but Knight's also really here. But we really don't want to take a turn off. So either put a land back and leverage Knight. But I guess we're not taking a turn off, right? Because we crack Clue. Yeah. Alright, I sold myself. Since we can crack Clue, guarantees we don't have to take a turn off. Alright. Look at how lucky we are. Time to get in the portable hole, friend. Well, I guess we are not ever using, so we're just gonna get him into play. So our opponent does not have a second land. This is gonna be a back-breaking Reflector Mage, I suspect. We're gonna get to do it twice. Alright, Dork. Put your into hand and put the 3 Inspector, because now if we draw land, we can get a ton of value. And if we don't draw land, we can always Knight plus draw a card. Okay. Brutal. I would absolutely trade Inspector for the Elf here. We should have just not played our land. Little second main. It's also true. Here, Reflection Mage here. All right, well, no need to get ahead when your opponent just misses on land. Oh no, send error report. I feel when Moto crashes. All right, I will be right back while Moto's booting back up, but we'll be back to keep up this league. Right back. I'm back. Unfortunately, exclamation point deck does not work on YouTube, but I believe in the YouTube description there should be the link to the Stream Decker page, which has every deck I play every day. But had to go investigate. We had a little bit of a gas smell this morning, so we were airing out the apartment. So I was the one who was volunteered to turn on the stove because we have a gas oven. So I was the sacrificial lamb should the whole place explode. But as one would expect, it did not. So I have survived to return. My reward, beautiful garden fresh bell pepper. I'm a big fan of bell peppers. One of the first things I learned how to like chop properly when I was learning to cook. Well, this hand's a little mana short, so I'm all good. Alright, this hand's good. This hand's good. Alright. Probably we need cycling this is nice with Paragon later. I think we can get rid of this Nykthos. And the Nykthos part of this deck is not as impressive to me. I understand that like it does some neat stuff sometimes, but oh, this deck doesn't exist. That's illegal. What? Well, looks like we're up against Black White Auras, which we should have a pretty good time against, assuming this Wandering Emperor gets to resolve. Dam. Don't attack. It looks like it's a free life, but we have this Mute Vault. Well, remember what I said about ifs. We did tuck that Nykthos. Maybe we'll never see another land again and we'll die. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, you're in there. Alright, land or we die. Well, that I guess it land or Skyclave Apparition or we die. Kind of the same thing. Alright, Skyclave locking out most of their board. I guess Thraven Inspector also locking out most of their board. Still need a land for this hateful idol. Oh, rude. Yeah, we're gonna block. This also having vigilance is extra rude. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're gonna march the warrior token. We're gonna march the warrior token because if they give it pro white, all the glitter falls off. They're smart, they're diversifying. Quit being smart. Bonk. They're also putting a multitude of things with vigilance out. Okay, well, as we said, yeah, we'll take it. All right, land, please. Are you? All right. Okay. These come out. These come in. Unfortunate that we tucked a Nykthos and didn't find a fourth land. Truly, truly unfortunate, but so it goes. All right, what do we got? What do we have in our opener here? Okay. We're gonna need a white source. One white source. But the Spirited Companion is our hopes and dreams. If we don't find a white source, we'll die. But we have removal and we have a redraw. Have a Sarah Paragon, which is great if we're able to get to it. Although again, it does seem like the just getting stuck on lands without a means to come back has been a rather big part of the issues we've had with this deck. Ooh, you know what's starting soon? World. Love me some Worlds. I've been watching so much World. Opponent, come back. Opponent. White Black Auras is probably a nice deck into mono green. I feel like it's gonna struggle into red black, but I think a lot of people have been trying to attack the format by picking which of the two decks they want to beat and which one they're willing to lose to more often than not. In leagues, it's probably better to choose to be green and lose to Rakdos. In the main tournaments, I'd say it's probably the opposite. But that's metagaming to a degree I don't think most people are considering. Just sort of thinking about it from the context of what we see on what people play in leagues versus not. You're up. Oh, one drop's good for us. That's not. White source mod check. The mods aren't happy yet. Redraw? Okay. That plays. It's not our favorite white source, but we're beggars can't be choosers here. Alright, now we okay, well. It's better than nothing, but it's somehow also terrible for us now that they have a light pause. Okay, okay. That's fine. Because now if they attack with this light pause. Marcus, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Flying first strike, that's all fine. Now we just get to go Wandering Emperor, eat it. Yoink. Okay. Okay. We're okay. Everyone be cool. We're not okay. I retract our previous state. Counselor, I'd like to retract our previous statement. I mean, we do still sort of have enough to deal with this. And the additionals go on light pause, so we'll get a block here. That's fine. We get a free block to keep Wandering Emperor alive a turn. Oh, they're not even attacking the Wandering Emperor. Deal. Make a 2/2. Skyclave the light pause. Tap that. Okay. Okay, we're stable. We're stable. We've gone through 2 light pause. Jesus, stop. Stop it. Not okay. Oh, that's so gross. So gross. Stop it. 3 light pause, huh? I guess we'll just die, huh? Oh. Alright, we're gonna play this and minus on this one. So the assumption is they're gonna play any other enchantment that gets light pause up to a 4/4. And then we're gonna use Elspeth to wipe the board. But that's just our hope. We could have killed the Eidolon and the Graham with Elspeth, but we really need this light pause to die. I think this is gonna be another yeah. Okay. Yeah, this Orzhov list is quite rude. Quite rude. Alright, well, we're gonna take 14 and die. Well, not actually. We are in a perilous situation. So this'll die. Then we take 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Trutha, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Well, we got through 2 Cerams and what was it? 3 light paws and a Ceram. We're not dead yet. I mean, they get to draw 5 cards here though, so not being dead is probably right. Although this Reflector Mage buys us a lot of time. A lot of time. We'd love to draw land. Oh my. Alright. Alright, I'm out. Get me out. Get me out. That's horrible. Alright, note to self. Orzhov auras able to kill decks without interaction. Who knew? Excuse me. That looked sweet though. Did like that. Definitely the best that deck has looked in a hot minute. That's for sure. They just don't have it. They do. Yeah, Specialist sideboard also quite nice. Alright, we're on the draw. I like this. We can use the Inspector to get our night buff. Oh no. Control? Alright, get in there. Alright, well, Thraven Inspector's at its best against control. I also feel like we do have a pretty good structured game plan against control here. Just gonna draw a card before Narset can come down and before they have any more interaction. Also, it just puts us in a position where if we just play Inspector, I really don't want to get like temporary lockdowns. Not that it's a card that's seeing a lot of play, but no reason to put our fates in the hands of what people will or won't play. And we could just draw our card to get towards our lands. And we hit a land that comes into play tapped, but we'll get to play this knight, hopefully. If the knight resolves, if they play a land, knight resolves, we get a 3. Alright, Foretold. There's no way they don't have a third land, right? Yeah, okay. Now we get the full play. Knight. Gets us our blue source if we want it. Grab a Hollowed Fountain, shock it in, play an Inspector, and then we can play the Cave In tapped this turn without losing any tempo. There we go. The rare Knight of the White Orchid value. Heliod comes in as a creature now, which is quite nice. Behold the multiverse. Sure. Means the only counter spells they can have are going to be Veto and a Censor effect. So we could try and just slam a Wandering Emperor here. Gonna foretold another card? Sure. I am more than happy to just slam a Wandering Emperor here. Plus. Alright, attack for 5. Not nothing. The clock is starting to add up here. Like, they can't play things like Teferi without any consequences, because we're just gonna run through it. So what do we got going on here? We have some cards in the chamber. This cave's getting ready to get fired up at a point. Heliod's not going to do much here. Kind of all our cards in hand are kind of duds, but they have power and toughness, so they're not true duds against control here. Alright. I'm going to attack. Got anything for me here? 2, 4, 6. I'm going to make a 2/2. Okay. I mean, like I said, they're just getting chunked out here. Nice. 2/2. We're just going to draw cards. Why do things when we could not do things? Make a 1/1. Deluge, sure. Deluge is fine. Got no qualms with the Deluge. I'm not thrilled with Deluge, but I got no problem with it. Yeah. Portable hole. That's not overly concerning. Full hits our knight, sure. They could still have a Wandering Emperor here. Crack a clue. Specialist. This. Alright. Time to attack. 6, 8, 9. They wander for take 7. Sure. So Wandering Emperor now go to take 5 down to 4. Fine. Trade. I eat this. Could eat the portable hole, but coming in cold. This looks like a spicy meatball. It's one of the decks that put up some reasonable results this weekend. Some versions are just playing white. Some are playing blue for Reflector Mage. Some are playing red for red for Fable. A lot of interesting cards. I can say that I'm Italian. Fair enough. The Italian buff. Yeah, Reflector Mage is a lot of fun. Fan of that card. Oh, we wanted to draw land so we could do both these things, but we'll do this instead. Also, land just kills them, assuming they don't have removal. We'll put 2 lethal threats into play. Pass it back. Alright, well, they're at 2, so we're gonna attack. I suspect they might have a Wandering Emperor to exile this and then do this to block. But this is where we're at. Yeah, pay costs. Yeah. Yeah. We'll know how this goes. They could make a 2/2, but then they die. Yeah. Alright, back down to 2. Make another one. Specialist. I'm gonna play Specialist here, because if they do have a counter spell, I care less about it than the Paragon in the long term. Sure. We're just gonna keep running them out of resources. That's our game plan. Right, they have 3 cards in hand, we have 5. All of our cards do reasonable things. We have lethal on board. They want to kill their Wandering Emperor. We have this Reflector Mage to try and deal with them. Wrath the board, and we're gonna be fine. Dark Typhoon. Dark Typhoon with 2 mana up, huh? What does that mean? 2 mana now. I have a counter spell. Okay. We would really like to draw a land. Going. Well, that doesn't do it. Alright, well. Play Reflector Mage. Ooh, doesn't get countered. That's real bad for them. Alright, well, there goes your shark. Continue the assault. Now they have a March, or that's why we didn't put a counter anywhere. We're fine just trading off all these and making a new 2/2. Again, when you have this level of resource advantage against blue-white, you're just in press mode. Just make them have things every turn till the end of time, and eventually they will draw a land and die. That is our game plan here. Force them to eventually draw land and die. Because again, they've gone through so many things, but like we haven't been casting spells really, right? We've just been rebuying things we already had. This is the way to just continually pressure them. There we go. Send this message real quick. All right. Should we believe you? All right. Attack. Yeah, it's definitely a cool list. I don't know. The Fable lists are also interesting to me, but I don't know which is the list I would play. I am interested in trying them all out over time. Draw another March or something like that. Another Wandering Emperor. Archetype. Sure. 2/2. Got it. Yeah, Fable is just so good. It does become tough. Trade. I was gonna say we could Paragon, but I think we just Extraction Specialist, buy back an Inspector, and then crack our clue, looking for more lands. Because the thing we're gated on right now is our lands, so we just want to keep pressuring so that when we have 6 mana, we also can threaten to stand this up. There we go. Put a counter here. Copying Extraction Specialist for infinite values, good with Flip Fable. Yeah, that. I also think there's a couple cards that I don't love in this kind of deck that are just here because if you're not playing like the splashes, you start running out of cards in a Yorion deck. And so like I think the Fable builds are interesting. But like I said, we saw a lot of interesting builds this weekend. We had a challenge, an RCQ, and a super RCQ. So tons of decks from top people. The Gruul list that we saw, the Gruul aggro list from Willie Edel looked phenomenal. We played against it earlier and it was a beating. So I'm certain it was something I would like to check out. I really want these portable holes, huh? Board in our owl. We want Bankbuster off Karn. Yeah, we kind of want all these in off Karn, so I'm just gonna put one hole back. I will board in the owl because it's more likely we just want to cast it than ever Karn for it. Immediately found it. This hand is terrible against control though. This hand's a lot better. All right, keep this. Can't get rid of a plains. We're gonna get rid of this Nick. I think every RCQ for season 2 in Connecticut's modern, so I reluctantly bought a modern deck again. Pioneer just seems so much more interesting. Fair. Yeah, I know Sam has been collecting all the data on the RCQs, and it does seem like it's massively modern slanted. A friend of mine won the Pioneer one from this last weekend, which was great, but not too many bullets for Pioneer, and I'm out of town last week and this weekend, so I'm probably gonna have to fight a little modern, which is not my favorite, but you do what you gotta do. Although just winning Atlanta probably means you don't have to care, right? So that's the main goal for me, right? Nice on what deck? I'd have to figure out. I like 4-color a lot. I play fast and shuffle fast, so that's not a concern. I like 4-color, I like creativity, I like living end. Yeah, if you just go in Atlanta, who cares, right? That's game plan A. But I guess game plan A is probably not the one you're supposed to care on. Yeah, Inspector does a lot of work here, which is great. I bought 5-color creativity. Seems like a great deck from what I've seen. Nice. We're hitting our land drops. Should be able to get to this Elspeth reasonably. Yeah, I need to start playing a little modern. I wish I didn't have to, but I should. Just gonna pop this now? It's kind of wild. If I play modern where you can have fun instead? Because even though I love having fun, and don't get me wrong, I do, I am a spike through and through. So if the format dictate, if the requirements to play the big events dictate I play modern, then I'll play modern. I used to do that all the time. Like our FNM would rotate between Pioneer or Modern and Standard, which had like the high level events, and I would just play whatever had the better payout. That was just always my go-to. And so like in this case, if all the RCQs, or not all, but if the majority of RCQs are modern, then I need to be playing modern. I queued last time on 2 bullets, but like, you know, I'd love to do it on 1, but you know, assuming it's gonna take more than 1 or is 2, right? I might need to play modern. Waste some 5-color creativity so I can learn with you. Fair enough. I think creativity might even be one of the decks we can rent, though, because the rents have dipped so much. Although I did get an influx of tickets from finding a Minx and Boo in my packs. Alright, I'd love to draw a land here. Oh, they just foretold, so they're just willing to let this die? Interesting. Everything at Teferi. I'm sad we can't just slam this Elspeth while they're tapped out. That's okay. We'll pick this up, play this. Yeah, I'm sure they have another. They have another, and they're probably... Their goal was to set up a turn where they could play Teferi and now hold up this, you know, saw it coming. But the problem is that, like, we're just ahead on board. So, like, if that's your plan, unless you have a Wrath, you end up in this spot where, like, we're just going to keep killing your Teferi over and over again. And, like, if they have a Wrath, we're in a much worse spot, to be fair. Yeah, here's a Foretold, or a Farewell. No, Undo. I think they have a Farewell, and I think their card Foretold is a Starheim Unleashed. Oh man, let me draw an untapped land, please. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, Sag. All right, well, we were so close to getting to just minus and wrath these. Instead, we get to do these. And we can Reflector Mage, and this can also block. So these all come back. These all trigger. Get a clue, draw a card. I would like to do this. This one triggers but doesn't resolve because it has an intervening if, so it checks on both the trigger trying to go on the stack and the trigger resolving. It was true when the trigger went on the stack, but not when it resolved. Hits the Orion, attack us for 8, sure. We are in a bit of trouble insofar as if they have a counter spell. We're gonna Reflector Mage one of these, assume they're gonna counter it, and then we're gonna do this. Reflector Mage up. Ooh, no counter spell's bad for them here. Skyclave. Get back Yorion. This one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. 3, 6. They already have 6 mana, so we're not getting value off that. It's fine. Alright, Yorion, it's time. Get rid of that one. Draw some cards. Oh, that's enough? Okay. Alright, well, we were able to beat up on control, so that's nice, Lise. That's not useful authors all. Alright, well we beat control. So that's a point in this deck's favor if you're able to grind through control, which was a concern of mine. Alright, well this hand's great. We're on the play, which does make this night awkward. We can skip land 3 to get a blue source here if we need. Depending on what they're playing, right? If they're playing an aggro deck, maybe not, but... Ooh. Looks like we're up against the Gruul deck. Gruul deck's scary. It did give us a loss earlier. Oh, they're not the Gruul deck. They look like they're Teamer. Or, yeah, Teamer. We also drew our land, so we don't need to hold this anymore. Just hard cast Bone Crusher, huh? Alright, well, we're gonna do this. Pick up this. Yeah, this is... I don't play a lot of decks with Yorion in it. But boy, it feels good when it's doing its thing, huh? Questing Beast. They could have attacked with this. Damn. Okay, well... I think I might just get rid of this Knight to eat the Questing Beast. We really do want to hit land 5, huh? I'm gonna pass. Pass, because we might end up having to do this for more. Although, like, if they just attack... Oh, hold on. Let's do this first. We don't hit a land, so I think I am going to just do this and get rid of these. A level block. Okay. We're stable. Look at this Knight. Getting that value. $999 for a pack of proxies seems fair. True. True. What were you gonna do with that $1,000 anyway? Come on. No, I mean it's not my jam, but I mean I've said it before. I feel like every time this comes up, I end up feeling like I'm like what's it called? It's like I'm the one who's out of touch here. Like I always feel like I'm the one who's out of touch because I feel like Wizards wouldn't make these decisions if they didn't know something I don't know, right? Let me just take 4. Because clearly they sell out of everything they do, right? They sold out of the Magic 30 stuff. They sold out all this stuff. So like I'm sure they're gonna sell out. Crack. Probably spend it on crack. Great, Sam. Ah! Volky. What are we doing here, opponent? I have no idea what's going on anymore. Absolutely none. I know Heraldics. Fair. This Scoozle, huh? It's a real pain. A big Scooz. And make it a 4/5 flyer? Sure. Yeah. Block. Take 4. Fraction Specialist. Yeah. But we can double block the zoos now. Triple block it even. Now we just need to find an answer to Yorion. I think the only reason they do this kind of thing is to end the reserve list. I mean, they're not even doing that, right? We have no evidence that the reserve list is ending. I think people are just hopeful. But we have no evidence to say that that's what this is doing, unfortunately. The scavenging use has been absolutely brutal. We could ship in with the extraction specialist. Yeah, Ooze has been doing good. I mean, the thing is, we have a lot of, like, we have 4 portable holes, 4 March of Otherworldly Lights. We just haven't found them in the time in which we needed. And then everything we've drawn has revolved around the graveyard, unfortunately. Yeah. We can attack with Distraction Specialist to buy an extra turn or 2 here. Draw a card. Link this. Go to 5, go to 1. Yeah. That's been a phenomenal showing for Scavenging Ooze. Truly a throwback to the olden times. Valky also, this has got to be the best Valky other than taking a Croxa you've ever seen. I should have drawn my card before choosing what to block with in case I had another loot. It's an exact clone, so this doesn't stop this, huh? Gonna need another ECD here. Or a March. Cycle no longer can be an ECD. Can it even be a March anymore? Yeah. Ariorian defeated us. That's rude. I have no idea what they're doing, to be honest. But I know I want Elspeth. What do I not want? Portable holes. Although, we did just see Scavenging Ooze wreck our entire business. Crazy that Scavenging Ooze Yorion was enough to defeat us, but it was. Damn, that was a wild game. Why have win cons when you seal your opponents? True, true. That was a wild one. Games like that always make me chuckle because I feel like we were so close for so long and then to just die like that. But we didn't have many outs. We had one more Elspeth Conqueror's Act. We had 3, actually, we had 3 Wandering Emperors. The Wandering Emperor angle was probably our best shot. Okay. I'm happy with this hand. It has interaction. If we draw a blue source, it has more interaction. And this Karn will hopefully go a long way in helping us out. Dork is in there. Hmm. Let's slow them down a bit before we play our land tapped here. Well, that's a good one to Reflector Mage. Are they debating which land to play tapped here? Alright, well, we can do this and then this. No 1/1s for you. 1/1s have been banned by the Ministry of Magic here. Playing it out? Alright. I don't want to just Reflector Mage it, to be honest, but you get otherwise. Probably just a boat. Yeah, probably just a boat. Because if they play a 1/1, we can just kill it with a boat. I mean, we could just plus on the portable hole. Have a free blocker in case they play a 1/1. But I think asking them to play a 1/1 here is less likely. Though if they have like a questing beast. No, I think we'd rather just have the boat if they were going to play questing beast. Well, there's their 1/1. Rude, but not unexpected. I couldn't figure out what they had that would protect this 1/1. Turns out they were just cycling. I think they might be a Leyland Binding deck. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what they're up to with all these off-color triomes. Oh, it's a Bring to Light deck. Okay. This is going to be a Valky, huh? Rude. Well, at least we get to kill Valky, but they still get our boat, which is a problem. Man, they're really on that Valky just takes your win condition plan, huh? We shouldn't be at risk of dying to this Lovestruck Beast, but the boat is a lot more of a problem. We're not going to have a lot of options to kill it, unfortunately. And Lovestruck Beast will always be able to crew it. Alright. The Volky aggro deck gets us. From back in line for the 3/3 store, or 3/2 store. Savage beating. That game 1 was much closer. Game 2, them having multiple cheap Valkies. That's kind of an odd deck, though. Just a bunch of, like, ramp and aggro, and your goal is just to get a Valky down. It's interesting, though. Definitely good into what we were doing. Probably very good into the mid-range part of the format. Probably not particularly good into like the mono green or the low to the ground aggro side. Ready for the 2-3? We never do that, Sam. Sam, we're a 3-2 household. We 3-2, we get our one chest. It's not much, but it's honest work. When we play some decks, we 4-1 and 5-0, but when we play decks like this, we're a 3-2 machine. Like clockwork. All right. I feel like we played against this person earlier. Did we play against them last league? Dockside, Extortionist, Prestige. Alright, well, keep this hand in the dark. I don't remember if we did play them or not. This hand's pretty good. We have a good boy on 2, a Charming Prince, good boy on 3, and then Karn. Opponent's on a multi 6. Out here watching Worlds while we're waiting. Is blue a better splash than red? Certainly a little bit early to call that for sure, but I mean the one of the decks did both. I saw a deck that was playing both. But like my biggest concern with this deck has been that we kind of want more resources and to better leverage when we have a reasonable board, which makes me think we want Fable. I think Reflector Mage is good, but probably would rather play Fable if we had to pick one. Oh, yeah, we're doomed. All right, somewhere Sam's cackling because we're playing against mono blue spirits. I can't imagine that's ever been a good thing for a deck like this. Jackalgeist? Alright, well, if we can get this Karn into play, or the Sarah's Paragon into play, we at least have a shot. That's not a likely situation. They have a Geistlight Snare at least. Maybe they just tap out. Maybe they don't know how this deck works and they tap out. No? Damn, what a shame. What a shame. Yeah, this is not a matchup for us. Alright, well at least we get to just run our head into multiple Geistlight Snares. There's no way they wouldn't have a Geistlight Snare here, right? Right? They have a slip out the back? No, they do. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's phenomenal for us. Actually phenomenal for us. What do you mean? That's got to be illegal. Yeah, Sam's just malding over here. The called shot rejected. My goodness. I mean, I'm gonna play this card in the Great Creator because I don't care what happens to it. Lofty, you got it. And now the game ends because we got to get them to counter our Karn, which doesn't matter, and now we just play these Skyclaves and Paragons and Charming Princes and wild. That's wild. Reflector Mage, huh? Skyclave. I would like to eat this, please. Rattle chain. Offer some trades. I don't think they'll take it. No shot they take it. Yeah. I can say no shot. Sell this. And now eat this. Shackle guy. Shackle guy. Sure. In there. Collector mage. We're gonna not play this irrigated farmland so we can cycle it. So we can pick it up with Paragon for free. Untap something, you gotta do it now. A lifelinker that snuck its way into the battlefield. This is a disaster for our opponent. That's not happening. Alright, play this. Got all this Nykthos mana. Keep adding to the board. Rush here. We're at a healthy 14 and they're not. Namely not. Pick up our Yorion. No. Amblegas Herald. The pain. Not a big pain. A pain. They have another flyer. They get to tap 3 things. Why would they tap that, not specialist? Like, I don't think they can ever race this, even with just like 1 hit. Oh, because they just wanted to die. Okay, makes sense. All right, this might be a cut Karn angle. Hmm. Excuse me. Might be a cut Karn angle. Spear over this. Although Spear's not gonna do much for us. If we're getting hit, we're usually getting hit by a lot. Having the Wrath in. Well, this is a matchup where we're gonna need to find our portable holes, our marches, our reflector mages, and our skyclaves, and everything else after that is just trying to stick things through what counter spells they have. Generally, gotta be an unfavorable matchup, but what happens when you're a mid-range deck playing in spirits and you're not Rakdos? All right, well, we have Knight on the draw. Can exile something. I'm gonna mull the 6. All right, let's see if they flash in a spirit and then try and put a Curious Obsession on it. No, no 1-drop. Good to know. Good to know. We're just gonna play land and pass. We're in no rush. But again, if they play a 2-drop and try and put something on it, that'll change. Fine. You're in there, bud. Two. Good not to here. Yeah, the white orchid. I feel about this one. I don't love doing that. Okay. And kind of an odd. Phantom, sure. Oh, they're F6. That's never correct, huh? I say you're F6. There's no shot. I would. I'm gonna grab a farmland because we just want untapped lands. Take take a tap land out of our deck. Even though usually we want to grab the Hallowed Fountain. We don't have anything to do with it for 2 mana this turn. And again, this now sets us up in a position where we can boat next turn. We can wander Emperor, Skyclave. Got a lot of options. They just have 6, so my guess is that they're on not much. We're not under too much pressure right now. Yeah, anything good over there, opponent? Oh. All right. Well, attempt to Skyclave. Gonna get countered. Fine. They like snapped that off. They were gonna counter anything we played, no doubt. In my problem is that like everything we're doing from now on is gonna be worse for them. You got any more counter spells over there, opponent? Jack guy, sure. One in hand. This Wandering Emperor resolves, they're gonna be in real trouble. I'm gonna play this tap so we don't have to take the damage. I'm gonna do this so they don't have a chance to draw it. Another card here. Alright, last card's a counterspell, it's fine. Take 4, play boat. Won't attack with our creatures. Need them not to have drawn a counterspell here. Shacklegeist. They drew rattle chains. Rude. That's rude. Alright, well, we pass because we can block. That creature. This is neat. Get to because this resolves, meaning they can't tap down our boat unless they drew a spirit. They gotta stop. They gotta stop. This has been. It was counterspell, rattle chains, sailor. So rude. Spirit, sure. Okay, another track bias. Okay, well, we're fine with that. Attack for 3. We're just dead if they. But we could just gain. Can't gain the link this to kill their board. Although we can block, so track this. We can't keep the artifact. I can just tap this now. Yeah, we should be dead if they play it correctly. Yeah. We needed a 3-power creature. Unfortunate. Wow, it was like exactly the wrong cards there. So it goes. Yeah, these need to go. Kill nothing. Damn. Unfortunate. We're so unfavored for it to come down to them drawing like 2 to 3 back-to-back perfects is rough, but that is some of the ways you die. Alright, we'll take the play. Alright, sounds great. Get it done. Tapped. I'm just gonna play the companion here. Just want to hit our land drops, and we have enough things to do. Right? The portable hole. Not ideal, but have this Orion to get this portable hole back online. Getting rid of the Ascendant Spirit is much better. Phantom's Root, though. But they don't have a counter spell this turn. Let's play a 3/4. I'm actually gonna attack because they don't want to block. They really don't want to block. Yeah. 1/1, sure. Alright, well, we're a Shacklegeist or another Supreme Phantom away from them pushing through damage. Attacks. Play this Spirited Companion. I'm just gonna put this into play and put this into play. Try and run up the amount of devotion we have. So that their soft counter spells don't do anything. They're just gonna draw a card, I presume. No. Then Spirit, sure. Up. I mean, if they level it up again, they almost certainly can't do anything about this Yorion. Gonna easily take over the game. Okay, take 5. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So we do have 4 extra to pay for this. This one. Cycle this. Save return. I'm gonna gain 3 here. We have plenty of value coming back in. And though we could do the like blink loop, I think we want to just be able to hopefully have this portable hole hit this. They have another rattle chains. About the back. Okay. Okay, book is huge. Book is actually huge if we can just survive a turn here. Because we can also loop book nicely. So they can pay 4 to make it an 8/8, so we can't double block. We could just put Yorion in front of it. Does limit our ability mana by 2 though, which is too bad. That's a tight one. As all mono blue spirits matchups end up being, right? End up clenched for an hour. Alright, being in combat. Attack. 5, 6, 8. Those are just takes. If they pay into it, then we're in fine shape to hit us for 8. No, take 6, it's fine. Alright. Play Inspector because it's free with Nick though. 11. Playbook. We want to have as much mana open while playing this. Activating Nykthos isn't gonna do us much here, just because their counter spells are all conditional. But it may be a situation I didn't count it out. We end up with more. Yeah, we want to have, because all their counter spells are all conditional. It makes it much more valuable to us to have a ton of mana floating. Hey, how's it going, Al? Good evening. Good evening. Okay. Go to end step. Go to our turn. I'm 99.9% sure Mono Blue does not have a way to interact with a land. So if they pay 4 to put counters on this Ascendant Spirit, they die. Our Mutavault goes back to our lands. And that's that. Alright. They get one turn. Get one turn. Do they find a way to get rid of our boat? No. Doesn't have trample. One card in hand. They have it? Are you... That's so frustrating. March of Swirling Mist plus Slip Out the Back, huh? That's their last card in hand. Both games were games 2 and games 3 were both just everything they needed. Truly a tragedy. All right, well, switch over to some Lotus Field. That was a rude one. Oh, we'd set ourselves up pretty well to just be able to beat almost anything, but March for 3 into Slip Out the Back. About the only thing. I mean, I guess if we had blocked the turn before, we win. Right? Because we block, we're at 6 more. Yeah. Guess we considered blocking, but we need them. If they have anything other than double phase spell there. That's tough. That's why Mono Blue is good. Get to just be the tempo deck, and sometimes you just get to win. Savage beating though. Alright, we'll swap it up a little bit to some Lotus Field. This ended up winning one of the challenges this weekend. See if we can combo some people out. We also still want to dodge Mono Blue, so that remains true of every deck I play. But ideally, we'll run into some mid-range piles. It's not quite it. Well, this hand's good. We can put away this because it's already a mulligan. Otawara. Ideally, we draw a land that isn't a stage, but we have our nice new impulse. Oh, blue-red. Blue-red decks are our favorite to play with Lotus Field. They don't kill you nearly quick enough. Do this now to play around Spell Pierce. Oh. Okay, well, I'll take a Vizier and be a little bit uncomfortable that we didn't find a land there, but hey, that's 4 cards off the top of our deck, right? We'd like not to play this Lotus Field. The prowess version came with the right draw? Sure, but anytime you have to add with the right draw, I'm generally pretty okay with that matchup, right? That's as a rule of thumb. Right, like Rakdos can beat Lotus Field with the right draw, but I'd take playing against Rakdos with this deck every round if possible. Kind of situation, right? But yes, the prowess version is the best blue-red into this. It's just not overall what you want to be playing. If you're new, your opponent's gonna be playing Lotus Field. Float. That one. Against green decks, you have to be careful about a Boseiju when you do this, like at a suboptimal time, but blue red really doesn't have anything that interacts. We'll get rid of a Lotus Field, no Noara. Now we're primed and ready. As a mono white humans player, I'd love to see people playing more Lotus Field. Correct. Yeah, that is the nightmare matchup. Like verdicts are fine and things like that, but yeah, that is a absolute disaster matchup. Cards we got hidden away over here. So 9 lives is pretty good against white. It's usually a little slow. Yeah, mono white, mono red have always been the decks you don't want to play on Lotus. Green was also a problem, but I think it's gotten a lot closer thanks to the overabundance of ways to handle the artifacts, making it a lot better for Lotus Field than it was before. But yeah, it's low to the ground linear aggro. Mono white also is not only low to the ground linear aggro, it has Thalia, so it's like all the things you don't want to see and then some. Yeah, I think mono white has replaced mono red as the matchup you least ever want to see. Sure. All right. Start here. Oh, we need to leave a blue open. Mort. It's fine. We have the mana floating for a spell pierce. We also don't have to go off this turn if they have like double spell pierce. Their creativity, so they shouldn't only have access to one spell pierce. Trying to build a black-white Greasefang deck that's more mid-range chance to combo. It's a bit of a mix of everything. Can I have your thoughts? I would go to Carnage. Go to Carnage. He's actually been playing that in the challenges, like black-white. Has been doing really well with it. But I think there's a feasible build like that. I just always question why, just because it ends up being like generally a little bit of a slower version of the version you're already playing. But happy to take a look. See. Let me grab his at. There you go. Ah. Friend of the stream as well as another writer for playing Pioneer. Yeah, no problem. Our Emergent Ultimatum with tons of mana left over. Okay. Grab 4. Clear. Acquisition. I did. We lost a exceptionally heartbreaking game to Mono Blue on the last game of the match. Games 2 and 3 of that match were a spectacle of sadness. A true tragedy. We'll bounce back. Trying to figure out how they don't just die. Me too, to be honest. The Lotus Field syndrome of your opponent's overthinking the situation. How it happens. Like, Mono Blue is supposed to beat us there. We were very close to stealing games 2 and 3, so it feels worse than it should, even though if you told me I was going to be playing Mono White Midrange against Mono Blue, you'd be very, very ready to just concede the match off the bat. So I can't be too mad. All right. Let's just grab our nice little... We can even grab Distortion if we want to, but we'll grab Approach for later. That's for later. For that. Strings. Omniscience. Cast Omniscience. Cycle. We could just Behold the Beyond, but let's see what we find before we ditch our hand. Never a bad idea to stake a little extra mana while we're here. Buyback Impulse, do it again, pick up Approach, cast it again. Oh. And cast it again. Okay. Thanks for letting us do it out. Appreciate it. Alright, Blue-Red Creativity. Red Creativity. Those. Parasunder is actually hilariously good here, to a degree. Insofar as it lets us break up their early combo. Buying us an extra turn, which in this matchup is all we need generally. Don't get killed. Although often they go for the Hull Breaker plan post-board. There's that. You still need to be careful of that. Hopefully we'll be able to just, like there, establish our game plan, get them to... Alright, what do we got about him? Show me what you're doing over there, opponent. I want to see it. I gots to see it. Oh. Without a Sylvan Scrying, this hand doesn't quite do it. Even with a Scrying, it'd be a little weak. With an Impulse, I would keep with a Sylvan Scrying. Like, if this was a Sylvan Scrying, I'd keep. What if this? I guess if any of these two, I think if any of these four were Sylvan Scrying, I was saying it's great. Away, put away Vizier here. Feeling we're gonna want these go to the mid game. Gets countered. Feeling. Oh well, that's one we like to see, just not quite yet. We'd love to see a land that doesn't make us sacrifice our stage here. Basically, any land in our deck here that isn't a Lotus Field is what we're looking for. I'd even take another stage. Beseiju, oddly, one of the ones we wouldn't want to draw because we want to use a spell, but I will take it. Two mana, cycle for a card. No creature, notably. Oh, they don't have a land? Oh, they don't have a land. Okay, well, that's a problem for them. Yeah, no land here. Gonna be a difficult one. Alright, well, tap land. Not in particular danger quite yet. Yeah. Stack these not Lotus Field lands. You know the drill by now, everybody. Could this be a field of the Lotus variety? It is. Lotus Field won a tournament this weekend, so as is tradition, we have to play it. We know the things that it's good against. We know the things it's bad against, but we'll find out. They miss on lands again here. All right, we're not gonna go too quick here, mainly because we don't want to run face first into soft counter spells when they're stuck on mana. When next turn we can go off without having to be worried about soft counter spells. And the thing is, they can't be like, oh, I'll just negate this Sylvan Scrying because we still have a land drop. And even without a land drop, a Hidden Strings or a Vizier would just power us through to the combo here. So I think they gotta just let this one happen. Yep. Yeah. Alright, now we have 9 mana for next turn. We draw an untap land, we're just ready for liftoff. Even if we don't, we're just gonna start jamming an excess, a glut of mana to go through any soft counter spells. Again, you got to go as fast as your opponent makes you with this kind of deck, right? Like if your opponent's stuck on lands or meandering around, you don't have to go all in as fast as possible. Yeah, like they cast a Fable here, the game ends. But again, Mastermind's Omniscience. without distortion. Cannot. Why not? Game has more than ended. See if our opponent makes us do it out. If so, that's fine. We've long since learned our way through this combo, so we can vibe it out. Nothing quite like the point like this where you're like your opponent's like trying to make decisions and you're just like, you've been dead for 100 years, friend. So I appreciate the effort. Yeah, there we go. Nice little 1-0. What's the Needle Cyborg good for? Karn the Great Creator. Very good against Karn, because all of Mono Green's plan against you is to get Karn into play on turn 3 and fetch a hate piece. And if that doesn't happen, they do literally nothing and die. So your main plan against Mono Green is to Pithing Needle their Karn. Against almost any other deck, you're not usually bring it in. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Mono Green is the place. Uh, all right. Waiting for an opponent. They're scared of our Lotus fielding. Out here vibing with the Lotus field. All right, here we go. Up against 5s. Oh no, last seen playing Gruul midrange. Scary. That's not what we want to play against. Well, it's not what we want to play against, but a lot of the like Gruul decks, other than Bushwhacker, are a step slower because they're relying on Elves and Embercleave and things. You can sometimes steal those, but if it's actual midrange, better for us than actual aggro. All right, well, this hand is okay on the draw. Have this Lotus field. They keep a 7. We could mull to look for a Grazer. I think this hand might just be too slow. Yeah, this hand's a lot better. Get rid of this. We don't actually have a Lotus field, so we're not able to cast it at the... Ooh, no, this is much worse. This is what we don't want to see. We talked about this. This is the nightmare. Yeah, I was gonna say this is what we're talking about with L. That's not it for us. Ooh, that's a great draw for us though. As long as they don't have a, as long as they don't bottom that. As long as they don't have a Thalia. But even if they do, we're able to still scry. Alright. No Thalia is good for us here. Alright. Well, we're now just a big spell away. No. Okay, that's bad for us. Any 3-drop is bad for you. We didn't want to see Aurelia, we didn't, or Brutal Cathar, we didn't want to see anything really. Okay. cycle look for this. We do need to get a move on here. Well, not quite able to find anything. All right, pass. We just needed to draw a card to try and get into this because we got to go off next turn or we're in trouble. So we just wanted that one extra card. We already have the hidden strings. They're also, I think, assuming the same things. So they're cracking. Yeah, we're gonna block the Adeline. 2, 4, 6. Okay. Cast this on Vizier. Okay. We gotta go off, so we gotta get lucky here. Gonna require this cycle hitting 4 over the pages, or Emergent Ultimatum, or Impulse. We got a lot of outs. Nope, we'll die. Damn. Alright. Well, that's how the mono white matchup looks. We did need to find a payoff. Alright, bring in our verdicts. 9 lives. Hold. Urgent dig. Alright, call it a day. Yeah, this is, like I said, the nightmare matchup for Lotus Field. And we were probably one reasonable card away from being there that game. But that's mostly on the back of them not knowing what they're playing against, so they don't just like mulligan for Thalia. Alright, we're gonna keep this on the back of Scrying, but we do need to find one more land. If we can draw a Lotus Field or a stage, that'd be great, but not necessarily. Oof. Savannah Lion, too good. Alright, get the Lotus Field. So we can blue. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't really matter. I think I'm just gonna play this. They post board they cut almost all of their removal spells. So Vizier ends up often being able to stop a lot of this. This. Do this. Tap this. Blue. Black. Blue. Green. Or Masterminds. Omniscience. Or the pages. This. Card from their sideboard. We want 9. Yeah, the comma should be good enough. Yeah, so comma should be good enough. that. Kill that. Okay, you're up. The comma time. Wrath your board, take out your thing. Oh, well, good enough. Good enough. Damn, we were close to 2-0, huh? Alright, so they're gonna board in Rest in Peace. Could board in Terrace Under. I don't know if we need to, though. Rest in Peace is a slight pain, but like you saw, we can just kind of Zakama as a win condition if need be. I guess we want Baral, good at blocking and also trades mana requirements with the Thalia. Yeah, this list is only playing one wish. I think I'm fine without caring about it, to be honest. They cast a Rest in Peace every game, but we're not dying. Oh, this hand is so close. If any card in this hand was a non-Lotus Field land. Damn. Not the matchup we want to be down on resources on either, but it's okay. Okay, there we go. This. So we want to do this. Well, no, I don't think we need to rush this. It lets us keep an extra spell. Okay. Okay, Luminarch, sure. All right. We need some lands. We're gonna cycle this Vizier probably. Ugh. Well, at least we can block the tokens. Ugh. All right, chump blocker, get in there. We'd love a Sylvan Scrying type effect. Ugh. Never mind. Well, I guess it's all. Yeah, 10 damage coming through is a lot. Luminarchs are the tough two. Okay. I don't know if we have time to wait another turn. I don't think we do. Fortunately, I think we gotta go. We need to draw anything that untaps this Lotus field. Well, that'll be a problem. Damn. Well, we could draw Supreme Verdict because we have this to counter, to cancel out. And they could just name Supreme Verdict. Thespian stage, okay. Need to find a Supreme Verdict here. Still gonna be pretty low. Yeah. Gonna take a bunch of damage. Gonna take 9 damage. then we're just dead even with the Supreme Verdict? Yeah. Alright, we'll die. Unfortunately, that is how it goes. Close game 1, not so close game 3, but died to ourselves. Alright, we'll hop in another one. See if we can dodge some mono white as we go. Alright, let's see what we're up against here. Ah, Dinglis. Friend. What are you up to? Alright. They're on a Yorion deck. I assume they're on the mono white deck. Yep. But the mono white deck we do want to play against. Or reasonably want to play against. Ooh, top that one. The only things we're worried about are Karn, and we have this Beseiju already. I'll block. Oh. Oh yeah, the other version. Yeah, the other version was playing this. All right, up against the new mono white. Portable hole. How rude. Ooh. That they could have just played the Field of Ruin and put us in a worse spot, I think, but there you go. Are we the bad guy? Always. Always, always, always. We've always been the bad guy. That's our secret. Born the Great Creator. You have a Karn, friend. That will be a little bit too late. Hormone script, sure. All right. This, this, this. Big lump with knobs. True. He's the biggest lump with the biggest knobs. Oh, there goes our graveyard. Or omniscience. Grab strings. They are dead, but they're gonna make us show us that we can do it. That's okay. We had it down. We were just doing our thing. All right, post board. Terra Sunder for sure. Could bring in the needle for Karn. Hate these. Why I play safe shift. Put on the stack, you lose. True. Does make life easy. Plays a comma. Trim out these. We probably just fetch the comma. Board in one. Keep one in the board. I don't hate that. Yeah, this is a matchup where like their mid game likely to be a little bit slow. Any mid range deck is what you kind of want to fight. I have this. Keep this. It's a little awkward because we have to play this in tapped and then we can play some things, but I keep this. Okay, so they're on the Fable version. Fine. Yeah, they were saying they were thinking about holding up Fable, but yeah, if they hold a Fable, they have no clocks. So they just end up sitting for 100 years, which isn't good. Yeah, if they do nothing and I do nothing, it's definitely better for me there. But it's tough. It's tough when they know we're gonna just secure the untargetable land. Sure. Play this. We got a nice 1-3 into their 2-1. Stable. Stable, yeah. Oh, we had the extra mana off the Baral. We can still do all that next turn. Taking it slow. Neither White Orchid. Could have gotten them a land. Oh no. Busted deck play Baral, isn't it bad for a deck that actually does not care removal to play a creature? It gives you the ability to speed up your clock, and in a format where Thalia is a reasonable play, you have to be careful about that specifically. Alright, we don't need to rush it in the face of this field. Hope we have a basic. Don't like that Field of Ruin there. Not at all. We were just going slow, but they accelerated us a lot there. Although if they have a Karn into a damping sphere, that could be bad for us. We have the Spaseju ready to go. Sure. That's fine. We would have loved to have played that Pithing Needle, but we couldn't with the Damping Sphere. We were looking for an untapped green source. They're gonna get a Godfair statue. Oh, Needle? Rude. But now we need an Otawara instead. Yeah, the Spaseju, a problem. Another Karn. Sure. Go get a Tormod script? Sure. Godfair statue. Yeah, I think we're locked out here. Okay. Go to game 3. Yeah, we just needed to find one more thing to get us the Field of Ruin worked well there, but we needed to find an untapped green source and we would have been rolling through. All right, we'll take the play. Ooh, Needle on 1. Like this hand a lot. Needle on 1 with a Grazer. We're gonna lead on Grazer. We need to find some stuff. Turn a multi 4. It's like very difficult for them. Say. Would like a Lotus field. Stage. Or in the Great Creator. There will be none of that. We don't have a great hand, but we have a hand that buys time. Good enough. Right. Grab a red-white shockland. Need something. We have a lot of somethings to draw. False. Take a pour over the pages. I'm gonna pick up this impulse. Just be mana efficient with our time. Those in there. Oh, they're starting to build a board. Here goes. I was gonna say, here goes the Karn. Impulse. Oh my god. Where? Okay. Then for what? 10, 12, 13? Or like 13 cards seen? A Lotus Field Aura. Whatever it is called. Or Sylvan's Crying. There's Paragraph. There. You got it. Three, four, five, six, seven. Uh. Oh, this is a strip mine now. Double strip mine now. A field. Yeah. That's a disaster. Actual disaster. Well, this gives us an out, right? Like, what if we draw a Lotus Field? We'll take a bunch. Oh my god. Yeah, we die. Alright. Unlucky. Never found a Lotus field. I don't think I've ever gotten that far into the deck without finding one. There are 24 cards plus looking at an extra 8. 24, 8. 30, we were 30. We'd seen 32 cards and we needed a Sylvan Scrying or a Lotus field. Incredible. Well, with that, I call it a day. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Play some more of the decks that did well over on the challenge thing. Send you over to Sam, see what he's up to at the moment. But thanks everybody for hanging out. Catch y'all later.